And a big welcome, SBA Eagle Nation. We are live here at the campus of Briarcrest Christian School for the TSSAA State Tournament Division II AA Quarterfinals matchup between your SBA Eagles and the Saints of Briarcrest. This is going to be a best 2 out of 3 series between these two teams. So a lot of great baseball coming your way. It's all going to be kicking off here in just a few minutes as we begin game one. First pitch scheduled for 4 o'clock p.m. A lot at stake, though, for these two teams. Again, as they are playing the best 2 out of 3 here. The winner of those two games moves on next week to Murfreesboro and will make their way into the semifinals of the state tournament. The loser, well, I don't think you need a calculator to figure that one out. The loser will be calling it done for the 2021 baseball season. And we hope that our Eagles are on the winning side of that equation. Announcer is getting into the announcements for our lineups today. I'll wait till he finishes, and I'll tell you how things are going to be going for those in just a minute. So I'll put you on hold while they are announcing the lineups, and we'll be right back in just one moment. And as we get ready for the start of the game, let's go ahead and go over the lineups. We'll start with your Eagles since they are the visiting team and will be up to bat first. Starting things off, first batter, center fielder, number 2, Luke Ellis. Following the second position this afternoon, the third baseman, number 11, Joseph Gibson. Batting third, the shortstop, number 5, Kalen Culpepper. Batting cleanup, the right fielder, number 19, Aiden Bowling. In the fifth spot, the catcher, number 7, Lucas Dickey. Batting sixth, playing first base, number 3, Mason McHughes. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 8, Weston McAlexander. In the eighth spot today, playing second base, number 12, Seamus Carrasco. And in the ninth spot, in the rotation, the left fielder, number 21, Cooper Bird. Taking the mound for your Eagles this afternoon, number 25, John Michael McGee. Now the Saints here in game one will be the home team. And their rotation in the batting order is as follows. Batting first, the pitcher, number 9, Mick Arney. In the second position, the shortstop, number 3, Michael Dallas. Batting third, the third baseman, number 13, Tyler Harrington. Cleanup, the catcher, number 1, Jonah Sutton. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 5, Trey Burb. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 6, Eli Smith. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 14, Luke Willard. And we'll be back in a minute for the rest of that, but we're ready for action because Luke Ellis has taken his place in the batter's box. The first batter here for your Eagles in this quarterfinal matchup. Best 2 out of 3 series between your Eagles and the Saints. Here comes the first pitch of the game. It finds the strike zone. 4 strike 1. And the next pitch coming up. Right there, 4 strike 2. So quickly, Luke falls behind 0-2 in the count. Here in the first game, the best of 3 series. Quarterfinal game in the state tournament, the TSSAA Division II AA. That one's high and outside for ball 1. Again, a beautiful day out here on the campus of Briarcrest. A little warm, 82 degrees here at game time. Luke puts one high in play. It's out there deep. And the center fielder tracks the ball, makes the catch at the warning track for the first out of the inning. And that's going to bring Joseph Gibson, the third baseman, number 11, to the plate.
Now batting number 11, Joseph Gibson.
Joseph Gibson, a recent commitment to CBU's baseball program. Just found out about that at the end of last week. Exciting news for Joseph and his entire family as he takes his place in the box, ready to do action against Mick Arney. And here comes the first pitch. Puts it in play back over the Eagle dugout. 4 strike 1. Again, things just getting started here in the top of the first. Game 1. Best of 3 series. Swings at the second one, no contact. And again, both of our batters have fallen behind quickly in the count. Both of them gone to 0-2. Let's see if Joseph can fight back here. And the 0-2 pitch. It's going to be high. So that'll put the first ball in the mix on the count. Bringing it to 1-2. Again here, first half of the first inning here. Next pitch did not catch the plate as the Saints fans wanted it to. Now leaving things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joseph, just the second batter here. Puts the ball high into play. It's going to be back hard over the backstop. And our count will still remain at 2-2. Again, your Eagles, hopefully as you can see at home, they are in the navy tops with the white pants with the blue pinstripes. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swings at it, misses it. He's off to the run. Drop third strike. Thrown out at first. And that's going to be 2 outs. That quickly. First 2 batters back to the dugout.
Now batting number 5.
And that'll bring Kalen Culpepper, your shortstop, up to the plate as he gets ready to do battle against Mick Arney. Here comes the first strike, actually first pitch to Kalen. It's in the dirt before it gets to the plate. Kalen jumps out to a 1-0 advantage on Mr. Arney. And here comes the second pitch. Showed bunt. Umpire called strike. So count now 1-1. Again, we're glad that you're joining us wherever you are on our live stream. I know there's a lot of instances where you can't be here with us in person, but we're glad that you're listening at home. Kalen puts one hard down the third base line. Foul. 1-2 now the count. And if you are enjoying the live stream today, that is because of the generous donation of the Taylor family. You know, throughout the TSSAA tournament, we are having to ante up to the TSSAA for that right to do that. The Taylor family made that possible. Kalen puts one high into left field. It's back. It is out of here. Out of here. So Kalen, the third batter in the order, puts the 1-2 pitch over the left field wall. And your Eagles are the first ones to slap paint on the scoreboard and lead the contest now by a score of 1-0. As they celebrate, they're coming off of home plate. That ball well hit and right over the Saints baseball sign for the first run of the game.
Now batting number 19, Aiden.
So that's going to bring our right fielder, the junior, Aiden Bowling, to the plate. Batting fourth in the lineup here this afternoon. First pitch, it's going to be low and in the dirt for ball one. Kalen has really come on fire with the home runs, starting with the regional tournament. That one hit off the ground, hit Aiden. So that'll be foul ball. And that'll mean our count now is at 1-1. Again, I was telling you, Kalen has really been on fire with the home runs since the regional tournament started. Hoping that continues throughout this three-game series. That pitch finds the strike zone. So 1-2 now the count to Aiden Bowling. Again, Aiden, a right fielder here in game one. And our cleanup batter as well. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Puts it high in the air, back over the Eagle dugout. Count still stays at 1-2. Again, as we were thanking the Taylor family for their generous donation to make this live stream possible. So if you were enjoying that today, find a way to reach out, whether it be, there's the third strike called, and that's going to be the third out for your Eagles. They picked up one hit, and it was a boomer of a hit over the left field wall for the first run of the contest. And with one hit and one run, through 1/2 inning of play, your Eagles won, the Saints coming to bat. And we'll be back in just a minute for the bottom half of the first inning. We're back here on the campus of Briarcrest Christian School. Again, the site. First game, quarterfinal state tournament. Again, there's eight teams left in the tournament right now, and when all said and done, by the end of this weekend, there'll be 4 that'll be moving on to Murfreesboro for the semifinal championship series up there coming up next week. First batter's making their way for the Saints, and it's going to be the pitcher, number 9, Mick Arney. John Michael McGee are facing the Saints batters today. And the first pitch of the game for him, it's going to be low and outside for ball 1. Ooh, hits him in the head. So that means that the first batter for the Saints will take his place on first.
Now batting,
2 pitches,
3,
1 ball,
Michael
1 hit the batter. And that quickly, the leadoff batter for the Saints is on base. And that's going to bring Michael Dallas, the shortstop, up to the plate, wearing number 3. Saints today in all white with green numbering and lettering. Here comes the pitch. Right there for strike 1. Again, nice little breeze over here, Saints baseball field. First game action here. A little bit low, across the plate, but a little bit low. That'll even things up at 1 ball, 1 strike now. This is the 4th meeting between these 2 teams this year. First 3 games, all won by the Saints. Hopefully your Eagles will figure out a way to beat these individuals. Excuse me for I got frozen there for a minute as Mick Arney took off to second base, arrived safely. So the Saints now with runner at second base, no outs. Here's second batter in the rotation for the Saints. Has a 2-1 count on him. Batter calls time, step out of the box, as John Michael and Mick Arney were exchanging glances. So Mr. Dallas is back in the box. John Michael set, and the pitch. Gets past him, throws it in the dirt, gets past the catcher, and that's going to put the Saints runner all the way now over to third. So 3-1 now the count to Mr. Dallas. And the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Bringing our count now to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Again, second batter for the Saints this afternoon. Their first batter, hit by a pitch, has made his way all the way over to third. Put the ball in play. The batter is out at first, but the runner will score, and that will knot things up here in the bottom of the first inning with
Now
1 run
number 13,
apiece.
Tyler Harrington.
So now 1 out on the Saints here in the bottom of the first after they have scored the tying run now. And that has brought the third baseman, number 13, Tyler Harrington, to the plate. Number 3 man in the order. Hits 1 out to center field. Luke's there to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
Now batting number 1, Jonah
So the catcher
Sutton.
is in the cleanup position. Number 1, Jonas Sutton. He steps up to the plate. It's a young man who had the single that won the game for the Saints against your Eagles in the regional tournament. Remember that game went down to the last inning, the last out. Mr. Sutton had a base hit to score the winning run. First pitch to Mr. Sutton, catches the outside corner for strike one. And the second pitch finds the outside corner as well for strike two. So 0-2 pitch, 0-2 count rather, on Tyler Harrington, the third batter for the Saints. And the 0-2 pitch, lops it in there, a little high there for ball one. Count now, 1-2. Again, we're here at the bottom of the first inning. All knotted up at 1 run apiece. 2 outs on the Saints. 1 strike away from going to the dugout. That one's going to be low. Outside for ball 2. Knotting things up now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tyler Harrington at the plate. 2-2 pitch on its way. Here it comes. It's a little bit low. And now we're at full. So John Michael started out with an 0-2 advantage. Now looking at a full count. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. It's put in play. It's going to drop into shallow center field for a base hit for Mr. Harrington. Mr. Sutton. I don't know why I kept saying Tyler Harrington. I knew that was Jonah Sutton. And the 5th man in the rotation, the first baseman, number 5, Trey Bird, is up.
Trey Bird.
So again, the Saints with a runner at first base. And the first baseman, Trey Bird, making his way into the batter's box. Number 5th man in the rotation for the Saints. Remember, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. 1-1 is the score. Low ball. Nice stop by the catcher, Lucas Dickey, to keep the runner at first. And so Mr. Burb starts out with a 1-0 count. He eyes his teammate over at first. And the teammate is off to the races. No play from the catcher. So 2-0 count on Mr. Bird. Saint runner at second. And the 2-0 pitch. Low. He's off to third. And just like that, the Saints have another man in scoring position over at third base. I thought with the last batter and an 0-2 count that we'd be back in the dugout by now, but now we're looking at a 3-0 count. I know he won't be swinging. Doesn't have to. That one's low and in the dirt for ball 4. And so now Saints have runners at the corners.
Now batting, number 6, Eli Smith.
And that's going to bring up the right fielder, number 6, Eli Smith, the 6th man in the rotation, as he steps up to the plate with runners at first and third. Left-handed batter. Takes his last final swings and steps up to the plate now. John Michael gets prepared to do battle. First pitch. A little bit low and inside for ball 1. Eli steps back into the box with a 1-0 count. And as the runner is off to second, that's going to give the Saints 2 men in scoring position. And the man at the plate with a 2-0 count. Ball put into play. Thought the right fielder would have charged up a little bit more, but did not. It dropped, and it scores 2. And just like that, the Saints take a 3-1 advantage over your Eagles.
Now batting number 14, Luke Willard.
So Luke Willard is a designated hitter, number 14. He takes his spot at the plate. As the runner takes off to second, they are sending him every single time. John Michael looks more focused on the batter than on the runner. And they are stealing on him left and right. Ball hits high in the air. Hopefully that's going to be catchable. Oh my! Close, but couldn't hang on to it. And that'll bring the count now to 1-1. Thought we had an opportunity to close out that inning, but we play on. Again, the runner over at second. 2 outs here, the bottom of the third. Saints have collected 3 runs off of 2 hits. Ball hit into right field. The right fielder underneath it makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Woo! And some damage was done because the Saints pick up 3 runs off of 2 hits and through 1 full inning to play, lead the contest by a score of 3-1. And we'll be back for second inning action in just a minute. We're back ready for action, folks. First batter for your Eagles coming up here at the top of the 2nd inning. The catcher, number 7, Lucas Dickey. He makes his way to the plate.
Lucas Dickey.
Looking to get something going for the Eagles here in the top of the 2nd inning. Ooh, nice breeze. That'll keep up. It'll be just lovely. Here comes the first pitch to your catcher. He puts it in play over the Eagle dugout for strike 1. Again, we thank all of you for joining us here this afternoon out here on the campus of Briarcrest. Lucas puts that one high into the air. It's going to be playable. And the first baseman makes a nice catch at the gate for the first out of the inning. Didn't know if he's going to have enough room, but it just stayed in catchable area, and he made the catch for the first out. So your first baseman, Mason McHughes, now the left-handed batter, steps up to the plate. Second man of the 2nd inning for your Eagles. Getting ready to do battle. Here comes the first pitch. That's going to be high and outside for ball 1 to Mason. Again, your Eagles down by 2 runs here. Needing base runners, as always. That pitch right down the middle. And that'll even the count up at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch. A little chopper over the head of the pitcher. Second baseman coming on, gets it over to first base in time for the second out. Again, we were thanking you for joining us here this afternoon. Again, love to thank the Taylor family for their generous donation to cover the streaming fee for the TSSAA. Because of them, that making this all possible for you this afternoon. Next up to the plate, the designated hitter, number 8, Weston McAlexander. Takes a swing, a little chopper foul over to the Saints dugout for the first strike of the encounter. Weston, the rising senior at St. Benedict. Gets ready for his second pitch of the afternoon. Here it comes. Fouls it back for the second strike. Puts it in play high towards the Eagle dugout. It's going to be out of play. So 0-2 count now here on the designated hitter. Here in the top half of the second inning. It's a little bit high. The entire Saints team thought that was a strike and started walking off the field. Umpire said, not so fast. And now Weston stands up to the plate with a 1-2 count. That one's outside. And that'll even things up at 2-2. Again, a huge difference in weather from this time last week or Friday of last week in Hendersonville. Oh, he swings at it with no contact, and that'll be the third strike and the third out of the inning, sending your Eagles back out on defense. And after 1.5 innings of play, the score still remains Saints 3, Eagles 1, and we'll be back for the bottom half of the second in just a minute. Okay, we're back. Baseball fans, we're ready for the bottom half of the second inning. As the Saints picked up 3 runs in their Bottom half of the first. Lead the contest now
Batting number 8.
by 2 runs.
Gentlemen.
And the first batter for the Saints here in the bottom of the second is the left fielder, number 8, Tate Gentleman. He steps up to the plate, ready to do battle with John Michael. And here comes the first pitch of the exchange. Can be a little high. Ball 1 the call. Again, if you're joining us late, your Eagles struck first with a solo home run shot over the left field fence. Ball put in play. Tate Gentleman, a little shallow left. Kalen Culpepper under, making the catch for the first out. That was the only run for the Eagles in the first inning. Joshua Russell, the center fielder, number 21, makes his way to the plate now. Of course, the bottom end of the first inning. Saints picked up 3. 1 run off of a base hit and 2 runs off another base hit. And Joshua puts one in the air. The first baseman is right there to make the catch for the second out. And just like that, there's 2 outs on the Saints.
Now batting number 9, Mick Arney.
So the Saints are now back at the top of their order. Mick Arney, who was hit by a pitch his first time up and eventually scored. First run for the Saints is back up at the plate. First pitch in there for strike 1. Mick swings to the second one, and that's strike 2. So 1 strike away from getting the Eagles back in the dugout here at the bottom of the second. Puts the ball in play out to left field. The left fielder's back. Goes over his head and off the wall, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Mr. Arney. Went over the left fielder's head.
Michael Dallas.
And that's going to bring up Michael Dallas, the University of Kentucky commitment, up to the plate. Michael grounded out to second base his first time up. Here he is at his second time with a runner on second. First pitch. Hits the ball down the third baseline, foul. So that'll be strike 1. So Mr. Dallas steps back up to the plate with an 0-1 count. Again, teammate over at second. John Michael steps off the river, regains his thought. And the 0-1 pitch. Catcher can't make it into the glove, and that's going to bring the runner all the way back over to third. It's like deja vu having Mr. Arney back on third base again for the Saints. Again, a 1-1 count to Mr. Dallas. And the pitch. Catches the outside corner. 4, strike 2. So 1-2 now, the count to Mr. Dallas. Again, with a Saints runner over on third in a 3-1 ball game in favor of the Saints. And he swings at it. He misses it. That's strike 3 and the third out of the inning. So the Saints pick up 1 hit, but no runs, and our score through 2 full innings of play. Saints 3, your Eagles 1, and they're coming to bat here in the top of the third, and we'll be back for that in just a minute. We're back here in live action here at the top of the third. Seamus Carrasco, your second baseman, is taking his place at the plate. Here comes the first pitch to Seamus. That's going to be strike one to Seamus. Seamus, a rising senior, St. Benedict. Hoping to get something started here at the top of the third for his Eagles. That one's going to be low for ball one. Knotting things up at 1-1. Top of the third inning here. Again, 2-run difference between these two teams. Saints with 3, your Eagles with 1. Hoping to change that here in the top of the third. That one's low. Moving Seamus' count to 2-1. Nice little breeze, but not big wind as far as affecting the flags out in center field. That one didn't quite make the strike zone either. And so Seamus now has 3 balls and 1 strike on him. Your leadoff batter here at the top of the third. 8th man in the rotation overall. Oh, and that hits him square in the gut. And that'll definitely put him at first base. So Seamus now over on first. Cooper Bird, the left fielder, number 21, is your next batter. As he steps up to the plate, he does so with a runner at first and no outs here in the top of the third. First pitch to Cooper. Tips. Strike one, the call. Again, your Eagles needing to find a minimum of 2 runs to pull this game to even. Would like to see a lot more, of course. Puts the ball nicely well hit out to left field. The left fielder's there, though, to make the catch. And that's going to be the first out of the third inning for your Eagles. And now we will go to the top of order. Luke Ellis, the center fielder, makes his way up to the plate for his second plate appearance of the game one. Flew out to center field his first time up. As he gets ready to do battle now against Mick Arney. Here comes the first pitch. Puts the ball into play. It's going over to second baseman. He gets it over to first, second, and he drops the ball. Looked like a double play was on. The ball was flipped over to the person covering second. He dropped the ball. He's claiming that he was interfered with, and that broke up the play. And
now batting number 11, Joseph Gibson.
The appeal was to no avail because the man, Seamus Carrasco, is safe at second, and Luke is safe at first. And Joseph Gibson, your third baseman, number 11, is at the plate. So, Joseph takes his spot at the plate. Runners first and second. 1 out. As the first pitch, here it comes. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Again, as we told you, it's Gibson's first bat. Recent commitment to CBU. Again, made that announcement last Friday. Here he is. Puts the ball high in the air. That's going to be out of play. Back over the dugout. Bringing the count 2-0-2 for Mr. Gibson. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the top of the third inning. Your Eagles have 1 out already. 2 base runners, first and second. Seamus at second, Luke at first. behind in the contest by 2 runs, 3-1. And Joseph Gibson at the plate with an 0-2 count. Puts the ball in play out there into the left fielder. Can't make the play. It's through the glove, and that's going to move Seamus to third. That's going to move Luke to second, and that's going to put Gibby on first. And now the bases are loaded for your Eagles with 1 out here in the top of the third. And that will bring Kalen Culpepper up to the plate. Homered his first time up. Boy, I wish he'd had the homer at this situation right now, but who knows? So Kalen comes up, bases loaded, 1 out here. Mick Carney gets ready to deliver the first pitch to Kalen. Here it comes. A little bit high for ball 1. Again, just 1 out here in the top of the third. Bases loaded. That one's high as well. And the count is 2-0 to the senior shortstop. I know the camera is not that great a resolution, but Joseph Gibson at first, Luke Ellis second, Seamus Carrasco third, Kalen Culpepper at the plate with the bat. And a 2-0 count. That one drops in for strike 1. Kalen thought about it, held back. Umpire calls strike 1. 2-1 now the count to Mr. Culpepper. As Kellen gets ready now with a 2-1 count. Here comes the pitch. And that one finds the strike zone as well. So the count knotted up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. Top of the third. 3-1 the score in favor of the Saints. Outside pitch. And that will bring our count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. So, a lot riding on the next pitch. A lot of tension. You can cut it with a knife right now. Time called by Kalen as he steps out of the box. The end situation. Top of the third. 3 runners. 3-2 count on Kalen. And it's outside. And that's ball 4. And that's going to send a run across the plate. To bring your Eagles within 1.
Number 19, Aiden Bowling.
So Aiden steps up to the plate. Great situation for him. Third baseman wanting to come over and have a talk with his pitcher. Again, Aiden Bolin steps up to the plate now. First time up, struck out. Here he sits with base runners at each one of the infield bags. Trailing by 1 here at the top of the third. Fouls the first one back. And the count 0-1 to the right fielder. Aiden's got some speed on him as well. Did not find the strike zone. Saints fans are disagreeing with that. But the umpire, who has the final say-so, calls it a ball. Evens things up at 1-1. That ball's high. 2-1 now the count. Again, patience by Mr. Bowling. Luke Ellis at third. Joseph Gibson second. Kalen Culpepper third. Aiden Bowling at the plate. 1 out. Top of the third, trailing by 1. Off his foot for a foul ball. And a count now that's at 2-2. You got it, Aiden. Sorry, was that my inside voice or outside voice? 2-2 pitch. Puts the ball in play. The first baseman grabs the ball. Got him out at home. The first baseman alertly takes the ball, throws it home, and just did get him. I mean, just did get him. That was close. Close. And that'll register the second out for your Eagles here at the top of the third.
Now batting number 7, Lucas Dickey.
So the catcher popped out to the first baseman last time up, steps up to the plate, bases still loaded. Gibby at third, Kalen second, Aiden first. Lucas Dickey, the man with the bat. As the catcher goes and confers with the Saints head coach. Again, Saints picked up 1 run here in the top of the third. Still trailing by 1 run. Some kind of observation looking, the coaches and the catcher and the umpire seem to be looking for something. Don't know what it is. Maybe the catcher lost something or don't know what, but it looks like a all-out scavenger hunt. They all walk away. Evidently something was solved. But we're back to action now. As Lucas Dickey gets ready to do battle against Mick Arney with 3 teammates on base, trailing by 1 here in the top of the third. First pitch on its way. Tipped right back to the glove for strike 1. The 0-1 count. And the pitch. Puts the ball into play. Can it get through the gap? The second baseman gets the ball. He tosses it over to first. That'll end the inning. Unfortunately, no run will cross the plate in time. And with the bases loaded, we strand 3. Pick up 1, though. And shorten the deficit to 1 run as we go into the bottom of the third. Score, Saints 3, your Eagles 2, and we'll be back in just a minute. We're back live here at Briarcrest Christian for the bottom of the third action. First person up to the plate for the Saints, the third baseman, number 13, Tyler Harrington. First in the third inning for them, third overall in the rotation. So he gets ready for his first pitch from John Michael. Here it comes. Oh, way high for ball one. Don't know what's going on with the scoreboard over there. It says 0-2 with 2 outs. I'll take that. Ball's hit. It's going to go through the gap out into left field for a base hit. So the leadoff batter for the Saints finds first base.
Now batting number 1, Jonah Sutton.
And so the catcher, number 1, the fourth man in the rotation, finds his way to the plate. Jonah Sutton had a base hit to center field his first time up. And now as he steps up here at the bottom of the third, he has a runner at first with his Saints and a 1-run lead. Here comes the first pitch. It's going to be high. 4-1. John Michael still on the mound here at the bottom of the third. About 40 pitches so far. Ball goes behind the batter for ball 2 as the runner takes off to second. So a 2-0 count now to Jonah Sutton. And again, the Saints again have a runner in scoring position. Puts the ball high in the air. Kalen under it for the catch and the first out. That was hit a mile high up into the air.
Now batting number 5, Trey Bird.
So the first baseman, Trey Bird, finds his way to the plate, walked his first time up. And as he steps up to the plate, he's got a teammate at second as his team leads this first game by 1 run here in the bottom of the third. And the first pitch, a little bit high for ball 1. So we got a nice little breeze, and the sun's kind of ducked behind the cloud here for a minute. Just as I say that, it finds its way back out again. So 1-0 count now here to Mr. Bird. There's a strike. So 1-1 now, the count to the first baseman. Again, this is game 1, best 2 out of 3 series here in the quarterfinals of Division II AA state tournament action. He got him. Oh my! Oh my! That ball was on the money. On the money. The tag was there. The umpire says he's safe. Really? He held onto the ball. Well, I'm sorry, the camera isn't honed in to third base, so you have to go by my reaction to that play. I thought he was out. The umpire disagrees, and now the Saints have a runner at third base. I guess I found over the years that it doesn't matter how much you disagree, the umpires are not going to change their mind. But it doesn't hurt to voice your opinion. So the runner remains on third, and the current batter, Mr. Bird, has a 2-1 count on him. Puts the ball into play. He's out now. He tried to come home. Kalen whips the ball into Lucas, who puts the tag down. And he's definitely out the second time. Heads up play by Kalen Culpepper.
Number 6, Eli Smith.
that'll bring the designated hitter, no, excuse me, the right fielder, number 6, Eli Smith, to the plate. Trey Burb over on first as he hit into a fielder's choice. Again, heads up play by Kalen, and heck of a throw as well to put out the runner trying to score. First pitch, I guess it was a little bit too inside for ball 1. 2 outs now here on the Saints in the bottom of the 3rd. Still a 3-2 game in favor of the Saints. Saints have a runner on first, 2 outs. Runner's off to the races. He is safe. They are stealing second base at will on us. Again, they've got the cadence down between John Michael and the catcher, and they're off to the races each and every time. So 2 balls, no strikes on Mr. Smith with a runner at second here in the bottom of the 3rd. And the pitch puts the ball high in the air. That should be playable. Nice acrobatic catch by the third baseman, Joseph Gibson, for the 3rd out of the inning, sending his teammates back to the dugout and ready to pick up bats and go to war. So we have gone through 3 complete innings here at Briarcrest Christian. Briarcrest Saints 3, your Eagles 2, and we'll be back for the top of the 4th in just a minute. We are back, ready for action here in the top of the 4th inning in this first game, best 2 out of 3 series between your Eagles and the Briarcrest Saints. Starting things off for the top of the 4th, your first baseman, number 3, Mason McHughes.
Mason McHughes.
Seeking to put runners on bases just like last inning. Can't score if you don't have them on base. Last inning, we just need to get them home. Maybe we can do that this inning. Here we go. First ball, hit foul. They're going to be able to catch it? No. Nice effort by the third baseman. Just didn't have enough gas to get there. And the count now to Mason 0-1 as we are kicking things off here in the top of the 4th inning on a very sunny afternoon in Eads, Tennessee. Still 82 degrees. Mason gets ready for his second pitch from Mick Arney, who's still on the mound for the Saints. Puts the ball in play. Second baseman charging, picks the ball up over to first. And the first out is recorded on your Saints, on your Eagles. I can't even talk, can I? Excuse me. I get so caught up in the excitement over here and the words coming out of my mouth sometimes just don't make sense. But what will make sense is your next batter, the designated hitter, number 8, Weston McAlexander. Struck out his first time up, and here he is to the plate to do battle against Mick Arney. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. And the second pitch Puts the ball, base hit out into left field. Nice, solid contact. And just like that, your Eagles have a runner here in the top of the fourth.
Now batting number 12, Seamus Carrasco.
So Seamus Carrasco, your second baseman, who was hit by a pitch his first time up. He's back at the plate with a teammate over on first. And one out here in the top of the fourth. Again, your Eagles are trailing by 1 run to the Saints. Put the ball in play. It's back to McArney over to second for the first out. Over to first for the second out. And the double play sends your Eagles back on defense. So 1 hit for your Eagles, no additional runs, and through 3 1/2. They trail by 1 run, 3-2, and we'll be back for the bottom of the fourth in just a minute. Okay, folks, we're back. Bottom of the fourth. Here in the first game, best 2 out of 3 series. Quarterfinal state tournament, Division II AA. That's a mouthful right there.
Now batting number 14.
Let's just put it this way. It's your Eagles against the Briarcrest Saints, and we're trailing by 1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Saints send their first batter to the plate, the designated hitter, Luke Willard. Puts the first ball up, heads up to the crowd. As it comes over the backstop, 4 strike 1. Again, your Eagles, 3 hits so far here in the game to the Saints 4. Pitch a little bit outside. Count now 1-1 as the batter showed bunt. Trying to catch your Eagles snoozing. But the 1-1 pitch, here it comes. Again, ball didn't find the strike zone. So our count now 2-1. Again, here in the bottom of the fourth. Just the first batter for the Saints. That wasn't a, I mean, it should be a 2-1 count. Don't know what the umpires are conferring here. Two and one, there's a count. Don't know how they added that ball on there, but pitcher got off balance. They say that brushed him. Evidently it did. And that's the second batter hit
Number 8,
by John Michael this afternoon. And the Saints have their leadoff batter on base again. Tate Gentleman, who's the left fielder, number 8, comes to the plate. First time up, he flew out to left field. And here he is at the plate with a runner at first. Again, the Saints runners have been taken second at will. I'm sure he will jump. There he is. He's gone every single time. Might as well just start putting the runner at first on second, because that's what they've been doing. So now with the Saints with a runner in scoring position on second, Tate Gentleman with 1 ball, no strikes to him. Came dangerously close to catching him as well. And 2-0 now is the count to Mr. Gentleman. Again, we're here in the bottom of the 4th inning, just the second batter. Your Eagles trailing by 1, 3-2. There's a strike. So 2-1 now. The count. About 54 pitches here for John Michael here in the bottom of the 4th. And the 2-1 pitch. Puts the bunt down. Oh, we got a Briarcrest player who came out of the dugout looking to do I don't know what. His coach, though, ordered him back to the dugout. Collision at first base, though, between the runner and the first baseman. But in the collision, the runner did score. And that's going to give the Saints now a 4-2 advantage here in the bottom of the 4th. As the coaches look over the injured player, umpires are conferring just what happened. I mean, it was just pure and simple collision. I'm just trying to give the player just a quick once-over to make sure he's okay. He seems to be. And we'll be ready to continue action. So in all of the confusion and the collision, the Saints did pick up another run and now lead the contest by a score of 4-2. Here in the bottom of the 4th. No outs registered to the Saints here.
Now batting number 21, Josh Russell.
And there, the young man at the bottom of the order is up. Center fielder number 21, Josh Russell. Popped up to first base his first time up. So the first pitch to Mr. Russell, ball 1, as the pitching coach is going to come out and talk to his pitcher. Again, conference on the mound. Again, a lot just went on here within the last couple of batters. Tate Gentleman, as we just mentioned a while ago, threw a bunt down. as John Michael was trying to field it, slipped, regained his composure, threw over to first. Collision between first baseman, the runner, and the ball. All three converged at the same spot at the same time. Both first baseman and runner were down. Ball went into the outfield. The runner, who was at second, rounded third and came on in for our current score of 4-2. So now, Josh Russell, center fielder, again at the plate, has a 1-0 count on him, and the runner's off to the races. And the throw just was not in time and short. And again, the Saints have collected another stolen base. Seems like every time a Saints runner reaches first, within 2 pitches, they're on second. So no outs. Saints runner on second. 2-0 count on the current batter. And the pitch. Catches the outside corner. Strike one now. 2-1, the count. Two-one pitch. Getting ready to be delivered. Runner looks like he's ready to take off again. There's the ball put over the backstop. And now the count is 2-2. And the Saints are eager to send their runners here in this contest, that's for sure. So 2-2 the count, no outs. Saint runner at second. Picked up 1 run already here in the bottom of the 4th for a 4-2 advantage. That one was lobbed in way high. And that brings our count to full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. To the 9th man in the rotation, Josh Russell. Put high in the air. Seamus is under it. He calls it. Makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Runner stays home at second.
Now batting number 9, Mick Arney.
So that's going to bring the Saints back to the top of their order. Mick Arney, his 3rd plate appearance, was hit by a pitch in the 1st inning, doubled in the 2nd inning, and here he is in the bottom of the 4th with a runner at second. And the first pitch. It's in the dirt. Nice stop by the catcher. Keeps the man at second. So 1 ball, no strikes to Mr. Arney. Again, the leadoff batter in the rotation for the Saints. Puts the ball in play into shallow center field. Can somebody get there? The ball's caught. And in such a way where the man at second cannot tag up and run. And 2 outs have been registered against the Saints here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting number 3, Michael Dallas.
So Michael Dallas, the senior shortstop for the Saints, making his 3rd plate appearance. Grounded out to second in the first inning, struck out in the 2nd inning. Again, here he is with a runner at second and 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. Time is called by the batter as he steps out of the box. Now he's back at the plate. The batter's ready. The pitcher's ready. The runner looks like he's getting ready as well. First ball, low. Stopped by the catcher. Ball 1. So 1-0 count to the senior shortstop, Michael Dallas. Next ball high, and that's Mr. Dallas quickly jumps out to a 2-0 advantage over the pitcher. Again, 2-0. That was a little bit high as well. So 3-0 now the count to Michael Dallas. Again, here we are at the bottom of the fourth inning. 2 outs already on the Saints. They have a runner at second. Leading in the contest by a score of 4-2. And the 3-0 pitch, high for ball 4. And now the Saints have runners at first and second.
Now batting number 13, Tyler Harrington.
So Tyler Harrington is the third man in the rotation, third baseman. Was at the plate in the first inning, flew out to center field. In the third inning, had a base hit to left field. And now he's at the plate with teammates at first and second, leading by a score of 4-2. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Here's the first pitch. Doesn't find the strike zone. So an 0-1 count now to Mr. Harrington. The 1-0 pitch on its way. Puts the ball high into the air. Don't know if it's playable or not. It's drifting, drifting, drifting. And they just lost track of it in the sun. For whatever reason, thought that it was going to stay close to the third base line, but it drifted all the way over to the fence. That brings our count now to 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, 2 outs. On a warm afternoon here in Eads, Tennessee. The flag looks like it's blowing in the breeze, but nothing's happening over here behind home plate, that's for sure. 1-1 count here. Here comes the pitch. A little bit low. 2-1 now, the count, according to the umpire. Again, the Saints have been victorious 3 times so far this season against your Eagles. Eagles trying to figure out a way to tack a loss on them. Right now, through the bottom of the fourth here, trail by 2 runs. Still plenty of baseball left. That caught the outside corner. And the count now 2-2 to Mr. Harrington. Again, so the Eagles 1 strike away from heading back to the dugout. We hope that happens here on the 2-2 pitch. And here it comes. Puts the ball high into the air. Kalen's there to make the catch. He makes it. And that'll be it for the Saints here in the bottom of the fourth. But they do pick up 1 run off of 1 hit and extend their lead to 2 runs by a score of 4-2. And we'll be back for more action here in this quarterfinal game in just a minute. We're back, live action here on the campus of Briarcrest Christian.
21, Cooper
Start of the
Bird.
5th inning. Your Eagles at bat. Cooper Bird leading things off here in the top of the 5th inning. The senior left fielder. Flew out to left field his first time up. Here he is leading off here in the top of the 5th. Takes the first pitch for strike one. As he looks to get things going here in the 5th inning. Try to get some runs back on the board for his Eagles. Next pitch outside. 1-1 now the count. One pitch by Mick Arney, still on the mound for the Saints. Hit through the shortstop makes a nice play to knock it down from getting out in the outfield, but couldn't keep it in the glove. And Cooper Bird is on first to start things off here at the top of the 5th. Glad that all of you are joining us here on the live stream. Again, can't thank the Taylor family enough for their generous support to make this live stream possible today. Again, got to pay a fee to the TSSAA to do this, and we are appreciative of their donation. We're back at the top of the order now. Luke Ellis steps up to the plate. His 3rd time in the box. Flew out to center field in the 1st. Base hit in the 3rd. Puts one high into left center. The left fielder is running and tracks it, makes the catch. And that's going to be 1 out. Registered for your Eagles here in the top of the 5th. And that will bring Joseph Gibson to the plate.
Number 11, Joseph Gibson.
Gibby, 3rd time up for this young man. Struck out in the 1st. Base hit to left field in the 3rd. And here he is at the top of the 5th with a runner at 1st. Hoping to get Cooper closer to home. First pitch catches the outside corner. And that'll be strike one on the senior 3rd baseman. Again, glad you're joining us at home. If this is something that you've enjoyed throughout the year, please reach out to the folks at St. Benedict. Let them know how much you've enjoyed it. There's another back-to-back base hit. Joseph Gibson puts one between the shortstop and the 3rd baseman. And just like that, we have Eagle runners at 1st and 2nd with 1 out.
Kalen Culpepper.
And so Kalen Culpepper is the next batter in the rotation. Had a home run his first time up, walked in the 3rd inning. And here he is. And the top of the 5th with runners at 1st and 2nd. I'd love to see one over that left field yet again. That one's over the wrong fence, the backstop. And that's going to be strike one on Mr. Culpepper. Again, I was telling you, pick up the phone, call the folks over at St. Benedict. Tell them how much you've appreciated being able to have football, basketball, and now baseball live streamed throughout the season, especially during this worldwide pandemic. Puts the ball hard into play. That's going to find the gap between left and center field, and that's going to score. Cooper Bird home. Gibby safe at 3rd. Kalen safe at 2nd. Another run on the board, and runners in scoring position at 2nd and 3rd.
Now batting number 19, Aiden Bowling.
So Aiden Bowling now, your Eagle batter, with runners at 2nd and 3rd. Puts a bunt down the first base line, and that's going to score a run as Aiden's tagged out at 1st. Nice sacrifice bunt. And that'll tie things up here in the bottom of the 5th. So now 2 outs with a runner at third. Lucas Dickey, the catcher, up to the plate with 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Ball hit foul down the third base line. Three hits so far here in the 5th inning. Picking up 2 additional runs to tie things up here in the top of the 5th, 4 apiece. Pitch outside with the count now at 1-1. Again, Kalen Culpepper after the double. He's over at third now. Lucas Dickey, your batter. He drops the ball, he bobbles, and he tries to get over to first. He gets it in time. So the run does not count, even though Kalen had crossed the plate. Lucas just couldn't kick it into a high enough gear to get to first. And the third baseman makes a great play over to first. And that'll do it for your Eagles here in the top of the 5th. Picking up 2 runs off of 3 hits and knotting things up at 4 runs apiece. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th action here in just a minute. We're back for action here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Again, quarterfinal state tournament action, Division II AA. Best 2 out of 3 series. And in the bottom of the 5th, the first Saints batter to come to the plate is the catcher, number 1, Jonah Sutton. Puts one foul down the third base line. Jonah had a base hit in the first inning over to center field, popped out to shortstop in the 3rd inning. And here he is leading things off for the Saints in the bottom of the 5th. Puts that one high up over the backstop. And so the count now to the catcher, 0-2. Again, just the first batter here in the bottom of the 5th. Puts one high, long, down to center field. Luke back, makes the catch on the run for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 5, Trey Bird.
So Trey Bird, the first baseman, is next up for the Saints here in the bottom of the 5th. Trey walked in his first appearance at the plate today. First pitch high for ball 1. Hit into a fielder's choice. Back in the 3rd, that resulted in a heck of a play home to put the Saint runner out. That almost caught it, but not quite enough for the umpire. So 2-0 now, the count to Mr. Burb. That's going to be low and outside for ball 3. John Michael McGee still on the mound for the Eagles. And that's going to be ball 4. And that'll put the runner on base. And that will bring Eli Smith, the right fielder, to the plate. Left-handed batter is Mr. Smith. So he steps up to the plate with a runner at first, who I'm sure will take off on the very first pitch. He's gone. And just like that, another runner for Briarcrest on second base. 1 out. I think maybe just once we might want to throw over to first just to catch him off guard. Lull him into a false sense of security. 1-0 count now to Mr. Smith. Oh, that looked good from here. But again, I'm not wearing blue. So 2-0 now the count to the right fielder. Again with a runner at second. All knotted up at 4 runs apiece here in the bottom of the 5th. And the pitch puts it high into center field. Luke's there for the catch and for the second out. So with that out, that'll bring the designated hitter, Luke Willard, up to the plate. Luke flew out to right field his first time up. Was hit by a pitch in the bottom of the 4th. And here he is at the bottom of the 5th with a runner at second base and a knotted up game. First pitch, ball 1. Again, this is the first game, best of 3 series here in the quarterfinals action of the state tournament. 1-0 pitch. John Michael steps off the rubber. Runner back to second. 83 pitches on Mr. McGee so far. Don't know if this will be his last inning or not. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Puts the ball into play. Kalen, he's safe at first. Kalen just couldn't get the ball out of his glove fast enough. And the runner beat the throw to first. And now the Saints have runners at first and third.
Tate Gentleman
with 2 outs. Tate Gentleman's up for the Saints, left fielder. Young man involved in a collision at first with Mason McHughes, his last time up. He's got runners at the corners this time up. So he gets ready. Runner course off to the races. So he's at second now. The catcher threw down. Kalen cut it, hoping that the third base runner would bite. He did not. So Saints have runners at second and third. Tate Gentleman has a 1-0 count on him. Puts the ball back over the backstop. evening up the count at 1-1. One count here. Again, St. runners at second and third. There's a strike. So 1-2. And you know what that means? I've said it before, I'll say it again. One strike away from your Eagles heading back to the dugout. And the 1-2 pitch puts the ball in play. It's going to be a base hit. And it's going to score a run. It's going to be tight. 2 runs are going to score. The throw was not on line. And that will score 2 St. runners off the base hit. Just like that, after your Eagles had erased those 2 runs, they put them right back on the board. And now lead this contest by a score of 4-6. Oh, come on! A bunt hit right back to the pitcher. The pitcher could not make the play off the mound. And that may do it for the pitcher, showing a little signs of frustration. Showing a little signs of frustration. That may do it for the young man. As the coach goes out to the mound. Again, Tate Gentleman's single was good for 2 RBIs to, unless we'll give it a round of applause for John Michael as he makes his way back to the dugout. Looks like Carson Taylor will be taking on the duties after John Michael. Coming in with runners at first and second. Excuse me, I'm not up on my graphics here after the bunt. So Carson Taylor, the senior, will take over duties on the mound for your Eagles. Comes in with his team trailing by 2 runs here in the bottom of the 5th. There's 2 runners on base for the Saints at first and second. They got 2 outs. John Michael will leave with an 89 pitch count. After facing 27 batters. So the coach is back out on the field talking with his umpires as Carson continues to warm up on the field. The rest of the infield on there with Carson as well. Again, I've said this several times. I just want to remind everybody, there'll be 2 games today. The second game will take place about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this game. And again, it's going to take 2 victories for one of these teams to be moving on. And as they continue to warm up, we'll take a break from my voice here for a while, and we'll be back in just a minute. Sorry about that, folks. We're back now, back to live action. Carson is warmed up. He's ready to go. First batter that he's going to face is the leadoff batter for the Saints, Mick Arney. It's his 4th plate appearance of the afternoon. First pitch. low for ball one as the runners take off and advance to second and third. I don't even want to begin to count up the stolen bases this afternoon. Doesn't matter, I'm just focused in on the score. And the next pitch falls in for ball two. So the 2-0 pitch with St. runners at second and third does not find the strike zone, and it's 3-0. You remember, 2 outs already on the Saints here at the bottom of the fifth. There's a strike as he throws the bat, thinking that he's taking a walk down to first. It's the old walk of shame to pick up the bat after the strike is called on a 3-0 pitch. And you knew it was the fourth ball. So 3-1 now the count to Mick Arney. Puts one high in the air into left center. Luke Ellis makes an incredible catch on the run to rob Arney of the hit and to send his players back to the dugout. Just a spectacular catch by Mr. Ellis out there in center field. But the Saints, they pick up 2 runs off of 3 hits, and now through 5 complete innings, lead the contest by a score of 6-4. 2 innings of play to come your way, and we'll be back with the top of the 6th in just a minute. While we're waiting, looks like it's going to take a quick minute to show you the crowd. We'll do that in a minute, though. But Mason McHughes is up the plate, ready to do battle. Your first Eagle batter here in the top of the 6th inning. First baseman. Third plate appearance. Puts one high into left field. The left fielder is tracking it. He's there for the catch. And the first out.
Number 8, Weston McAlexander.
So your designated hitter, Weston McAlexander, makes his way to the plate. Base hit to left field his last time up. Love to see a repeat of that. I'm sure he would as well. Here comes the first pitch. Oh no, he puts it not to left field. He switches up, puts it over to right field. And Weston is on back-to-back with base hits. It's a way to get a base runner.
Seamus Carrasco.
And so Seamus Carrasco, your second baseman, is making his way to the plate. He's hit by a pitch his first time up. Hit into a double play his last time up. Here he is with a runner at first. Here at the bottom, the top of the 6th. First pitch a little high for ball one. Mick Arney still on the mound for the Saints. Mick is sitting about 73 pitches for the Saints. 3 strikeouts. Seamus puts one in play. The second baseman bobbles the ball. And Seamus is safe at first. And Weston is safe at second. And just like that, we have Eagle runners at first and second. And 1 out. So Cooper Bird now at the plate with Eagle runners at first and second. Thought about bunting, pulled it back, strike one now, the call. McCarney looks at his catcher, gets the signal, takes a look at his runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. Cooper puts the ball into shallow right. The second baseman's there to make the grab for the second out of the inning. And now we move back to the top of the order for your Eagles. Luke Ellis, center fielder. Now your current Eagle batter. Luke looking for a base hit to try to get one, if not both of these runners in home. As we're here in the top of the sixth inning. Need to keep it as close as we possibly can. That one's going to be low for ball one. So 1-0 now the count to the senior center fielder / pitcher, Luke Ellis, with Eagle runners at first and second here in the top of the sixth inning. 2 outs. Eagles trailing by 2, 6-4. Puts the second pitch foul. Now our count's 1-1. Good matchup between these two teams so far this afternoon. Again, remember at the conclusion of this game, after about 30 minutes, we will start game number 2. Keep the camera on for you so you can kind of gauge the idea of when we're starting back up. Luke puts the ball in play down the first baseline, foul. And that'll bring his count now to 1-2. So all of you listening at home, between games, will give you a chance to go grab something to eat, something to drink, maybe take care of a chore or two in the house. Don't go too far though. That 30 minutes will go by quick. You don't want to miss a single moment of action in game 2. But right now we're focusing here on Luke Ellis with a 1-2 count here at the top of the 6th. That's going to be high. 2-2 now the count. Again, 2 outs on your Eagles. Seamus Carrasco at first. Weston McAlexander on second. Luke Ellis at the plate with a 2-2 count. Puts one high into the air. We're hoping somebody will drop that one, but they don't. And that'll do it for your Eagles here in the top of the 5th. They strand 2. And the score still remains Saints 6, Eagles 4. And we'll be back with the bottom of the 6th action in just a minute. I'm coming back early because I want to show you the crowd that's gathered here. Let me see if I can get the camera around to them. There's the Eagle crowd over here. Let's hear it from the crowd. The loyal support out here today. Glad to have them out here. The man on the phone and his family are the ones that you can thank for our broadcast today. But we're back to action just that quick. So let me get the camera back over here focused on the field so that y'all can see what's going on.
Now batting, number 3, Michael Dallas.
So the second man in the rotation First man up to bat here in the bottom of the sixth, Michael Dallas, the shortstop, takes his place at the plate. Puts the ball to third base. Nice stop by Mason. But he can't make the grab at first. And so Mike, safe at first and able to take second as well. So the Saints have the leadoff batter on and on second. And so Tyler Harrington, the third baseman now, is the next batter up for the Saints. Leadoff batter, Michael Dallas, on at second. Tyler Harrington 1 for 3 today. First pitch, a little high from Carson. Again, Carson Taylor assumed duties last third of the bottom of the fifth. Continues those duties here in the bottom of the sixth. Eyes the man at second. Oh! Next one high and close to the batter's head. And that's going to be a 2-0 count now on Mr. Harrington. That one can't find the strike zone either. So 3-0 now the count on the current Saint batter. Again, with a runner at second. No outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Ooh, that one's put down the third base line. Foul. So a 3-1 pitch. That's in the dirt. Ball 4. Now the Saints have runners at first and second.
Now batting, number 1, Jonah Sutton.
So Jonah Sutton, the catcher, is the next Saint batter. Both the first two batters now on base, first and second, respectively. And the pitch right there for strike one. Puts the ball, a chopper to third base. Oh my! Makes a bad throw to second, and the runner will score. We had a sure out at second. Could have tagged the man at third, I thought. And so now a routine grounder with a nice stop turns into no outs and a runner scoring. And runners still stay in play at first and third.
Now batting, number 5, Trey Bird.
New batter. Tell you after the pitch. New batter is Trey Bird, the first baseman. Takes first pitch strike. So again now runners at first and third for the Saints, who pick up another run the last play. Called strike on that last pitch as the runner advanced to second. So runners now at second and third. Mr. Bird with a 0-2 count on him. Puts the ball, oh my, the ball hit to the second baseman. And another runner will cross the plate. Seamus had the ball in the glove. The ball fell out of the glove. And everybody's safe. And another run crosses the plate to make the score now 8-4.
Now batting number 6, Eli Smith.
So again, line drive shot to Seamus, could not make the catch. Ball fell to the ground, runner safe at first. And behind you. And the runner scores from third. First pitch gets by the catcher. And runners will advance to second and third as well. Now 2 runners for the Saints in scoring position. There are still no outs here in the bottom of the 6th, as they have collected 2 runs so far here in this inning. So Eli Smith is the current Saint batter, the right fielder, after Trey Bird safe at first. Takes 2 pitches for a ball. Hits one down the third baseline, foul. And it's count now 2-1. So 2 errors on your Eagles this inning have accounted for 2 runs. Ball hit high down the third baseline, out of play. And now 2-2 is the count. So the previous 2 batters reached on error and both collected an RBI apiece on their efforts. Still 2 Saint runners on base at second and third. Current batter with a 2-2 count, no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. The lead now has been extended to 4 runs, 8-4 here in the bottom of the 6th. Ball hit back out of play. Count still remains at 2-2. Again, still the sun brightly shining out here. 6 o'clock, 82 degrees. Ball put into play, out into left field. The catch is made, the tag is made. And the run scores on the sacrifice fly.
Now batting number 14, Luke Willard.
So, a damaging inning for your Eagles so far. 3 runs have crossed the plate off of 2 errors. 1 out registered so far. Now runner at second base. And the first pitch to the designated hitter, Luke Willard, called strike. Carson Taylor, the man on the mound for your Eagles, finds 2 strikes back to back to Mr. Willard. He swings, and that's strike 3. First strikeout for Carson, and the second out of the bottom of the 6th inning for the Saints.
Number 8, Tate Gentleman.
So 2 outs now. Runner at second for the Saints. Tate Gentleman at the plate. First pitch low for ball 1. Tate flew out to left field his first time up. sacrifice bunt, which landed him safe at first with a collision. Run scored. Last time up, base hit to left field, picked up 2 runs for the Saints in the 5th. 3 RBIs on the afternoon for Mr. Gentleman. And his current count, 2-0. Here in the bottom of the 6th with a runner at second. There's a strike. 2-1 now the count, as I was saying. He's got a runner at second. 2 outs. His team extending their lead by 5 runs over your Eagles. Low for ball 3. 3-1 now. As Lucas makes a nice stop to keep the runner at second. As Carson gets the signal. Checks the man at second. Delivers the 3-1 pitch high. And that'll be ball 4. As Mr. Gentleman takes his place at first.
Now batting, number 21, Josh Russell.
So the last man in the rotation for the Saints makes his way to the plate. The center fielder, number 21, Josh Russell. His 4th plate appearance. And he's hit by a pitch. And that's going to load up the bases.
Now
For
batting,
the
9,
Saints.
Nick Harney.
As the Eagle coach comes out to have a conversation with his pitcher. We'll kind of recap how things have gone down here in the bottom of the 6th. Remember, we came in the bottom of the 6th, trailing by 2, 6-4. Have given up 3 errors in this inning, 2 of which resulted in RBIs for the play. Another additional run has come in. So 3 runs picked up by the Saints here in this inning so far. 2 outs. The bases are loaded. And we're in the bottom of the 6th inning, which means however many runs the Saints end up with this inning, your Eagles have got to find a way to match that and more in one last at-bat in the top of the 7th. So Mick Arney, the leadoff batter for the Saints, is at the plate right now. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Again, remember, bases loaded. Pitch number 2, catches the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike now the count. Again, really excited for the support by the Eagle fans for their baseball team here in this game. Oh, he hits him. And not only is that going to put him on first, but that's going to put another run across the plate.
Now batting, number 3, Michael Dallas.
So bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning, 6-run lead now. And Michael Dallas, the shortstop, up at the plate. And the ball gets away from Lucas, but he keeps it close enough to where nobody advances on him. Nice stop by him. It's interesting, the Saints have scored 4 runs this inning with not a single hit. Michael Dallas, the current batter, with a 2-0 count on him, puts the ball Out of play for the first strike. 2-1 now the count. So Carson gets ready to do battle again. Puts the ball high down the third base line. Gibby makes a gallant effort as the ball soared out of bounds into the parking lot. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 3 runners. A 10-4 edge in favor of the Saints. Dallas reaches, puts one in play out into right field. The right fielder back there running, makes the catch. And that'll get the Eagles out of this inning. And it was a damaging inning at that. The Saints pick up 4 runs off of 0 hits, all errors, and walked in. But doesn't matter, they still count. And through 6 complete innings of play, they lead the contest by a score of 10-4. We have one more at bat for your Eagles. Somehow they've got to find a way to come up with 6 or more runs, or that'll be all she wrote for game 1. So don't go anywhere. Put on the rally caps. Get into your space that is the most lucky for you. Find a lucky charm. Say something. Send some positive vibes to your Eagles as they come up here in the bottom of the 7th. Excuse me, top of the 7th. We'll be back in just a minute. So Joseph Gibson will lead things off for your Eagles here in the top of the 7th. Do or die inning here for your Eagles here in game 1. Oh, that's strike 1 to start things off. And the 0-1 pitch puts in play, backhanded by the shortstop, over to first for the first out.
Now batting number 5, Kalen Culpepper.
So Kalen Culpepper, second batter here in the top of the 7th inning for your Eagles, makes his way to the plate. First pitch, whoo, that was low. Umpire called it a strike anyway. Mick Arney been going the distance here for the Saints. That's a nice stroke, but it's going to be foul. And he quickly falls behind 0-2 in the count. Mick, 8 hits apiece for both of these teams. But the most important thing is what the scoreboard says. 10 runs for the Saints, 4 for your Eagles. And we have 2 outs left if we're going to make it happen. There's another smack down the third baseline foul. Count still at 0-2. As Kalen steps up to the plate with the 0-2 count. And the pitch. That's low and in the dirt. And that'll register the first ball in the exchange. 1-2 the count. Can your Eagles need no less than 6 runs to keep this thing going here in game 1? Another ball down the third baseline foul by Mr. Culpepper. As Kalen gets ready to resume battle with a 1-2 count. That's high. Count knotted up now at 2-2. Again, your Eagles trailing by 6 here in the top of the 7th. 1 out already registered to them. Kalen Culpepper with the 2-2 count on him. Puts the ball high into left center. The center fielder's underneath it. He makes the catch for the second out. And so it comes down to this. Your Eagles have 1 out remaining. And Aiden Bowling steps up to the plate.
Now batting number 19, Aiden Bowling.
Fourth plate appearance for Aiden this afternoon. And the first pitch is strike 1. So your Eagles down to their last 2 strikes, unless Aiden can get something going here in the top of the 7th. And the second strike has been called. 0-2 count now, as your Eagles trail by 6 here in game 1, best of 3 series. And the 0-2 pitch. They wanted to call it go, but no go. They thought he went. Aiden knew he didn't. And so 1-2 now the count. Aiden doing whatever he can to stay alive here. And the 1-2 pitch. That's third strike. He knew it when he let it go past him. And that's going to do it, folks. That's going to do it, folks. In the first game, the Saints edge out your Eagles by a score of 10-4 to take game 1 in the best of 3 series. The time right now is 6:16. I would say at least a 30-minute break before the start of the next game. I will keep the camera on so that you can keep tabs on what things look like on the field. So grab something to eat, grab something to drink, but make sure that you're back in plenty of time to catch all the action in game number 2 here in quarterfinal actions with your SBA Eagles. Thank you for joining us here for the first one. I'm going to give you a rest from my voice here for a moment, and we'll be back with game 2 as soon as it gets underway. Gonna turn on the sound because we are getting ready to get game 2 underway. Just now received the lineups from the Briarcrest Saints. As I'm writing those in, I'll go ahead and give you the lineups for your Eagles. Pretty much a lot of things the same, couple of things different. Batting order, pretty much the same for the first 6 batters. Luke will be taking the mound, though, for your Eagles here in game 2. So he'll be batting first. Third baseman Joseph Gibson will be in the second spot for game 2. Kalen, shortstop, will be in the third position. The right fielder, Aiden Bowling, stays in the 4th batting spot. The catcher, Lucas Dickey, will be your 5th hitter. The designated hitter, Weston McAlexander, in the 6th spot. Batting 7th, the left fielder, Mason Coffin, entered the game. Game 2 here, number 14. In the 8th spot, first baseman, Mason McHughes, number 3. Cooper Bird moving over to center field for game 2. He'll be batting 9th. And Seamus Carrasco will be taking the duties at second base. Now, for the Briarcrest Saints, Mick Arney will be moving from the mound in the first game over to shortstop. Michael Dallas will be moving from shortstop over
Number 9, Mick Arney.
to third base. But we're going to go ahead and get things started as Mick Arney, the first batter for the Briarcrest Saints, makes his way to the plate. Luke Ellis delivering the first pitch. That's going to be high and outside for ball 1. Again, this is the best of 3. Two out of 3 is what you have to accumulate in order to move forward into next week's semifinal round of the state tournament for Division II AA baseball here in the state of Tennessee. Lucas Dickey, a quick equipment change as we get the game started. I'll continue to fill in the roster here for the Saints. Next pitch to Mick Arney, outside for ball 2. 2-0 now, the count. Again, Mick, who went all the way in the first game for the Saints on the mound, takes the third pitch for ball 3. And 4 straight pitches, 4 straight balls lands Mick Arney on at first base. So to start off game 2,
Number 3,
the Saints put their
Michael
leadoff batter
Dallas.
on base. Michael Dallas is the next batter for the Saints. Again, Michael's moved over from shortstop to third base here in game 2. As he gets ready for the first pitch from Luke Ellis. Here it comes. Puts it over the Eagle dugout to bring the count to 0-1 on Mr. Dallas. Next pitch finds the strike zone as well. And quickly, Luke jumps out to an 0-2 advantage over Mr. Dallas. And the 0-2 pitch, here comes. Fouled back into the net. Count still remains at 0-2. Again, the Saints just starting things off here in game 2. Mick Arney, the leadoff batter, walked over at first. The number 2 man, Michael Dallas, in with an 0-2 count. High and outside for ball 1. 1-2 count now to Mr. Dallas. So 1-2, the runner's gone. While the pitch doesn't find the strike zone, the Saint runner does find second base. And so now the Saints have their leadoff batter over to second, no outs, and a 3-2 count on the number 2 man in the rotation, Michael Dallas. So a 3-2 pitch coming from Mr. Ellis. And here comes. Ball put in play over the Eagle dugout again. And the count remains at 3-2. And 3-2 pitch. Put in play to the second baseman. Second baseman takes the ball over to first in time for the first outs of game 2. But the Saint runner moves forward to third base. And with 1 out, the Saints have a man in scoring position at third.
Harrington.
That's going to send Tyler Harrington to the plate. Number 13. He'll be taking on the pitching duties for the Saints here in game 2. As Luke gets ready to do battle with Mr. Harrington. And the first pitch. Put over the dugout for strike 1. Here comes the second pitch. That one's put back into the backstop. So Luke quickly jumps out to an 0-2 advantage on Mr. Harrington. Put in play to Kalen. Oh! Something that rarely happens, and that's a ball getting past Kalen. I was looking at it dead on from here. Don't know how that got through him. Kalen is always a wall. That one got through. Not only did it get through, it landed the batter over on second. But more importantly for the Saints, it landed the man at third across the plate for the first score of the game. And so the Saints draw first blood in this best of 3 series. First pitch to the new batter, which is Jonah Sutton, the catcher, is strike 1. Ball hit hard, out for a base hit into right field. That's going to score another Saint across the plate. So just that quickly, the Saints have jumped out to a 2-0 lead on your Eagles. Only 1 out so far for the Saints. And Trey Bird, the first baseman, makes his way to the plate. Strike 1 the call. Again, your Eagles looking to shut the Saints down to get into the dugout after giving up 2 runs already. Again, Saint runner at first. Inside pitch for ball 1. Bringing our count now to 1-1. Oh, that gets out by Lucas, way outside. And the runner will advance to second. And magically, I already had him there. He should have been on first. Now I've got him on second. So 2 balls, 1 strike. The current count on the first baseman for the Saints. Saints have a base runner on second. 1 out here in the top of the first. They've already jumped out to a 2-0 lead over your Eagles. Next pitch inside. Bring our count now to 3-1. That'll be ball 4. That'll send another Saint runner down to first.
Now batting, number 6, Eli Smith.
So Eli Smith now is going to be the next Saint batter. The right fielder, the lefty, steps up to the plate with 2 teammates at first and second, 1 out, leading 2-0 here in the second game of a best-of-3 series. First pitch, high for ball 1. Next pitch, low for ball 2. The 2-0 pitch settles in for strike 1. So now the count 2-1 to the right fielder. Can Saints still have base runners at first and second? Swung at and missed to knot things up at 2-2 in the count. Again, Saints have already jumped out to a 2-0 lead over your Eagles. Still, yet only have 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Do or die game for your Eagles. Must win to continue on in the tournament. Ball gets past him. Play down to third as the runners were moving, not in time. And so now the Saints have runners at second and third, still with just 1 out here in the top of the first inning. It's full count on Mr. Smith, the right fielder. He takes ball 4. And just like that, the bases are loaded here in the first inning. Coach is making an early visit out to the mound just to settle Mr. Ellis down. Again, very capable pitcher. Just needs to focus in on getting the ball over the plate, letting his defense do the work. Again, I was telling you, this is the second game, best out of 3. If you're just now joining us, the Saints took the first game by a score of 10-4. Close game up until the last couple of innings, kind of away from our Eagles right there towards the end. So, since the Saints have a 1-game lead, your Eagles must win, or in a must-win situation for this game, or else the 2021 high school season for these young men will be over this evening.
Now batting,
So the
Luke
coach
Willard.
takes his place back in the dugout. Luke Ellis on the mound, facing Luke Willard, the left fielder for the Saints, and delivers strike 1 to him. Again, bases loaded, 1 out here in the top of the first. Trailing 2 runs to no score. Puts the ball high in play into center field. Cooper Bird underneath it, makes the catch. The runner at third is going to tag. And he'll score the 3rd run of the inning for the Saints.
Now batting, number 2, Drew Atkins.
So the designated hitter for the Saints here in game 2 is number 2, Drew Atkins. Haven't seen him yet. I don't think we've seen him against us all year. But he comes to the plate, no less, with runners at first and second. And the first pitch, strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. Catches the outside corner for strike 2. Hopefully Luke's dialed into that spot now. So 0-2 count. 1 strike away from the Eagles heading back to the dugout. Little chopper down the first baseline, foul. Count still 0-2. Again, the Saints still have runners at first and second. The lead now has grown to 3 runs here in the top of the first inning. 2 outs on them at this point. 1 strike away from ending the inning. That's a little high. So 1-2 now the count to the designated hitter for the Saints. So a 1-2 count as Luke eyeballs the runner at second. And here comes the pitch. It's right there for strike 3. And that's going to do it for the top half of the first inning. Damage is done by the Saints early here in the game as they pick up 3 runs off of 2 hits and lead the contest by a score of 3 runs to no score. But your Eagles are coming to bat here in the bottom of the first, hoping to draw as much blood, if not more. Y'all stay tuned, and we'll be back for all the action in just a minute. We're back, folks. Your Eagles up to bat here in the bottom of the first inning. Seeing what they can put together after trailing after 1/2 inning of play so far by 3 runs. Luke Ellis starting things off for your Eagles. First man up in the order. So he gets ready to do battle against Tyler Harrington. First pitch in for strike 1. Tyler got a little velocity on that ball. That one's low. Evening up things, 1 apiece. A lot of seniors on this Briarcrest team. A lot of them moving on to play ball next year. Luke puts one high into the air, down the left field line. The left fielder running. Off the wall. That's going to be extra bases for Mr. Ellis, and a stand-up double to get things going for the Eagles here in the first inning. I didn't know if that thing was going to stay fair, and then boom, all of a sudden it's out there in outfield, hitting off the back wall, and that quickly Luke is standing on second base.
Now batting number 11, Joseph Gibson.
So Joseph Gibson, your third baseman, makes his way to the plate now. So he gets ready to help move Luke around, hopefully. As Mr. Harrington steps off the mound, evidently having problems communicating with his catcher as they converge out on the mound. Again, Luke standing over on second, leadoff batter for your Eagles, making things happen to the wall. Leadoff double. And Joseph Gibson at the plate. Number 2 man in the rotation this afternoon. Off the handle of the bat, right into his dugout. Trying to take out his teammate. No, he's not doing that. Nice shot, though, over there to make sure that the Eagles are alert in the dugout. First strike of the exchange, 0-1. And he fouls the next one back into the backstop and quickly falls behind 0-2 in the count. Here in the bottom of the first inning. The sun has left us as far as its intensity. Things are cooling off a little bit. Very pleasant early evening here. Put high into left, a little shallow center. The shortstop, McCarney, backs up to make the catch for the first out of the inning for your Eagles.
Now batting number 5, Kalen Culpepper.
So your senior shortstop, Kalen Culpepper, makes his way to the batter's box. Again, his teammate, Luke Ellis, over on second. If you remember the first game, Kalen's first at-bat over the left field wall. Love to see a duplication of that right now. Steps back out of the box. Now he's back in. So he gets ready to do battle with Mr. Harrington. Again, we're just here in the bottom of the first inning. 1 out already for your Eagles. Oh, that ball dropped in for strike 1. That was interesting. Got to give the pitcher credit on that one. Again, Kalen, your third Eagle batter at the plate here in the bottom of the first. That's low. Ball 1, 1-1. Again, the leadoff batter for us here in the bottom of the first, Luke Ellis, smacked one out to the left field wall for a stand-up double. Joseph Gibson, fly out to shallow center. And now here's Kalen Culpepper, the third batter in the inning. Oh, golly, that hurt. That little ball off the ground and off the leg as Kalen hobbles back over to the batter's box. Ugh. That hurt me from here. That foul ball is going to bring the count now to 1-2 as Kalen tries to walk off the foul ball off of his leg, off his ankle. But as we've said at the beginning of the show and the beginning of this game as well, this is the TSSAA quarterfinal round of the Division II AA. Pits teams from all over the state. Right now, this is 2 West Tennessee teams battling on. Both of them earned the right to be here. The Briarcrest Saints won the regional championship. Had a bye the first week. Your Eagles traveled to Hendersonville, Tennessee to take on Pope John Paul II. Beat them the two games in a row. And now they're back here battling the Briarcrest Saints to move forward. Kalen skies one into left field. The left fielder coming on. McCarney calls him off. And the center fielder takes the second out. Pins it against the Eagles. And that will bring Aiden
Now
Bowling,
batting number 19,
the left fielder, to the plate.
Bowling.
So 2 outs now on your Eagles. Luke still remains at second, hoping that somebody will help him move closer, if not to home. And Aiden Bowling, we're hoping, is the man to do that. As he gets ready to do battle, here comes the first pitch. He swings for strike 1. So 0-1 now, the count to the cleanup batter for your Eagles. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, trailing by 3. Oh, that one's high. And that'll move our count to 1-1. Again, the Saints struck early. 3 runs in the top of the first inning to put your Eagles on their heels moving forward. Playing catch-up ball now. Luke is off to the races. Close call. The catcher makes a heck of a throw just to the wrong side of the bag, and Luke is safe at third. I tell you what, though, the catcher has a gun for an arm. That's for sure. Just to the wrong side of the bag there. So that gives your Eagles an opportunity to score on any kind of base hit or error by the Saints. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. He swings at it, and that's his third strike. He dropped the third strike. Aiden didn't notice that and just kind of walked back. And, of course, he was tagged out on the drop third strike. And that's going to do it for your Eagles here in the bottom of the first. They strand 1, have 1 hit, no runs, and through 1 complete inning of play, find themselves trailing to the Saints by a score of 3-0. And we'll be back for the second inning in just a minute. Just like that, we're back, folks. Top of the second inning, getting ready to start here. Your Eagles back out on defense. Luke Ellis on the mound. Again, around the infield. Mason McHughes at first. Seamus Carrasco second. Kalen Culpepper at short. Joseph Gibson at third. Left field, Mason Kaufman. Center field, Cooper Bird. Aiden Bolin out in right. And the batter, Josh Russell, the center fielder for the Saints. Takes first pitch for ball 1. Second pitch, just outside for ball 2. So 2-0 on the first batter for the Saints. Puts the ball into play, finds the gap between short and third, and back-to-back innings, the Saints have their leadoff batter on base.
Now batting, number 9, Mick Hardy.
So that's going to bring the Saints back to the top of the order. Mick Arney, the leadoff batter for the Saints, walked his first time up. Here he is, taking strike 1 in his second plate appearance. Mick went the full distance for the Saints on the mound, game 1. Luke fires over to first just to keep Mr. Russell honest. Back on the bag. keeps an eye on the base runner. Focuses attention now on Mick Arney. Goes back over to first. Again, just to keep him closer to the bag. Again, the Saints racked up a lot of extra bases stealing in game one. That was low. Nice stop by Mr. Dickey. 1-1 now the count to Mick Arney. Pitcher / shortstop. Puts the bunt down. Doesn't make it. Oh, and he's off. There's nobody at third. Oh, my. Not only was it a successful bunt as everybody charged in for the ball, nobody covered third, and the base runner alertly ran to third because nobody was covering. So just like that, two batters, two base runners, first and third, no outs here in the top of the second. And Michael Dallas, the third baseman, takes his turn at the plate. Grounded out to second, first time up. First pitch in there for strike one. So a successful bunt. Michael Dallas puts one into the over the shortstop. Again, I can't talk while the action's going on. Puts one over the shortstop, puts the ball over to second for the first out. Over to first, not in time.
Now batting, number 13, Tyler.
So there's a runner at first. The third baseman came in for the score and moves the lead to 4-0 here in the top of the second. Again, one out. Next batter up for the Saints is Tyler Harrington. He's the current pitcher. First pitch to him, a little outside for ball one. Oh, a little check swing. Back into the backstop. 1-1 now the count. So Mr. Harrington is set, ready to go. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. He swings, no contact. Strike two. 1-2 now the count. Again, remember, Saints have a runner at first. They've already put up an additional run on the board here in the top of the second inning. Puts the ball in play to Kalen. Kalen again can't find the handle. Again, so unlike Kalen Culpepper. And that's two. So runner safe. It's a pinch runner comes in for the pitcher. And now the Saints have base runners, first and second.
Jonah Sutton.
That'll bring the catcher, Jonah Sutton, to the plate. Again, just one out here in the top of the second. First and second, base runners. 4-run advantage for the Saints. He puts one high and long into that. The right fielder cannot make the catch. And that's going to score one. And score another. So Jonah double out over the right fielder's head for an additional run for the Saints, bringing their lead now to 5-0 here in the top of the second. Things getting ugly quick here. Eagles need to stop the bleeding and come in and inflict some pain of their own. Next batter's up. It's Trey Burb, the first baseman. Takes the first pitch for strike one. Still only one out here in the top of the second inning. My graphics, I need to catch up with them. I'm sorry. Next pitch, ball. The correct graphic should be runners at second and third for the Saints. One out. I've corrected that now, so everything is as it should be. Unfortunately, the score is correct, 5-0. Next pitch is in for ball two. So 2-1 now, the current count to the first baseman. That looked like a strike, and indeed it was, bringing our count now to 2-2. Again, as a reminder, this is the second game in a best-of-3 series. The Saints took the first game by a score of 10-4. Pitch comes in for a ball. Now we're at a full count. Again, with runners at second and third. Again, this is a must-win situation for your Eagles, or their 2021 season is over. And there's ball four, and that will load up the bases for the Saints with just one out here in the top of the second.
Now batting number 6, Eli Smith.
Two pitches, one ball, one strike. To the right fielder, Eli Smith. And the 1-1 pitch. Does not find the strike zone either. And the count now is at 2-1. Remember, bases loaded here in the top of the second inning. One out on the Saints. That's high. And that's ball three. Just the second inning, Luke is approaching 60 pitches. That's high for ball four, and another run will cross the plate for the Saints.
Hey, let's go, let's fight, let's go.
Now batting number 14, Luke Willard.
So the situation has not changed, except for the score increased by one. Luke Willard, the left fielder, makes his way to the plate. Bases loaded. He takes ball one. Five walks so far for Mr. Ellis. Atypical for him. It's been atypical on several counts for both Luke and for Kalen. Ball two now is Lucas Dickey makes a great stop to keep a run from scoring and the other runners advancing. And that's ball three. 3-0 the count. Again, one out here in the top of the second inning. And that's ball four. And the batter will take his place, and the third baseman will come across the plate to score the 7th run of the game for the Saints. So, 3 runs in the first for the Saints, 4 runs so far here in the second for the Saints. 7-0 advantage for them. Here in the top of the second, just one out so far. Bases remain loaded. And And the Eagles trying to figure out what in the world they can do to stop the bleeding and to start getting on the advantage versus on their heels. Luke still remains in the game, still remains on the mound. Conversation with Luke. Coach heading back to the dugout. Of course, you can see that on the screen. As the Eagles trying to figure out what they can do to shut the Saints down here in the second inning and try to get things going on offense.
Let's go, Drew. Attack, buddy, attack.
So Drew Atkins, designated hitter, number 2, up to the plate. Puts the first one over the Eagle dugout for strike 1. Take a strike any way we can get one right now. Remember, bases loaded. That one's going to be high and outside for ball 1.
Hey, let's go, you got it. Have fun out there, let's go.
There's a swing and a miss. Bringing the count now to 1-2 to the designated hitter for the Saints. And the 1-2 pitch. Oh, I thought he caught the outside corner. That's what I get for thinking, because the umpire disagreed with me. 2-2 now, the count.
Hey, let's go, come on, head up, let's go.
Again, 2-2 count, bases loaded, here in the top of the second. Puts the ball squarely out into left field, all the way to the fence. That scores 1, that scores 2. That scores 3 with a stand-up double. Oh my, is all I can say. And just like that, the Saints have jumped out to a 10-run lead in the top of the second inning with only 1 out. It's going to be a very difficult hole to dig out of, and it looks like that may be it for Mr. Ellis. Only making it 1 1/3 innings tonight. But you know what? Everybody has an off night. So it looks like Luke will take his place over at first. New player again, looks like Alex Twig, I believe. Coming in to pitch, number 24. Trying to finish out this inning for the Eagles. We'll level set things while the new pitcher warms up. Again, the Saints drew first blood in the first inning, picked up 3 runs off of 2 hits. Sorry for the silence there for a minute. Had a couple of questions that I needed to answer. We got a new pitcher in. I believe it's Alex Twig, if the numbering is correct. My eyes just aren't that great from this distance over here. as he will take the mound in relief of Luke. First pitch is almost over the head of the catcher, who skies to make the catch and to keep the runner advancing. Just a tough situation for your Eagles now here very early in the game. Going to have to fight back to make this even go to 7 innings. As Alex delivers the next pitch as a strike. 1-1 now the count. Again, 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And your Eagles here early in the top of the second, trailing by 10 runs. Ball hit out into center field. The center fielder charging, cannot get there. That ball's going to drop for a base hit. And the runner at second will advance to third, and the batter will hold at first. And when it rains, it pours.
Now batting number 9, Nick Arney.
So 7 runs off of 5 hits here in the top of the second inning, as the Saints now have batted around. And off of the ball in the dirt that was blocked by the catcher, the runner, Josh Russell, will take off to second base. And now we have 2 Saint runners in scoring position with still just 1 out here in the top of the second inning. That's going to be high. Ball 2 now on Mick Arney. Again, his second appearance here in this inning. And that's going to be ball 3. So 3-0 is now the current count. Runners at second and third for the Saints. 1 out. And that one's in the dirt. And that's ball 4. And that's going to load things up.
Now batting number 3, Michael Dallas.
So here's our current situation. Bases loaded, 1 out. Michael Dallas, the senior third baseman, heading to the University of Kentucky, playing baseball, is up at the plate, and he takes ball 1. Tell you what, these first 2 innings have just let the wind out of the sails on our Eagle fans. It's gotten eerily quiet behind me now. A lot of excitement and enthusiasm prior to the start of the game. And these 2 innings have just taken it out of them. That's ball 2 now to Mr. Dallas. As Mr. Twig delivers ball 3, having difficulty finding that strike zone as well. As the the Saint runners at all infield bags awaiting this pitch. Hits the ball sky high over the batting complex for the first strike. Like I said, we'll take a strike anywhere we can get one right now. Just a 180-degree in atmosphere here at the start of game 2. Puts the ball into play, over to second for the, oh my gosh! And then just throws it away. And that scores another run. Nobody out anywhere. sometimes, no, the field umpire did call him out. As Seamus was able to regain the ball, step on the bag, but just threw it away to first. And that resulted in another run. So that's 2 outs now. Saints just have 1 runner now on first and scored 2 more runs. First pitch into Mr. Harrington for ball 1. So I changed the score. There's a strike. Ball hit high in the air. It's going to be out of play. And that'll be strike 2. That one comes in. A little bit too low for ball 2, 2-2, as the catcher tries to make a play at first. Arm's just not in there tonight. These guys have just, even the players have had the wind knocked out of them here as they trail 12-0 here at the top of the 2nd inning. Ball put into play for another base hit. Out into left field. And it just continues. 6 base hits, resulting in 9 runs here in the 2nd inning.
Now batting number 1, Jonah Sutton.
And the coach makes yet another trip out to the mound here this inning. Bringing in yet another pitcher. Looks like Kalen Culpepper's being tended to. Don't know what all that was out there, but it looks like one of the Saint trainers is going out to look, have a conversation with Kalen. Eagle coach Adam Smith still on the field. Thought he was coming out to talk to his pitcher, but was actually going over to talk to his shortstop as he removes himself from the playing field. And we'll be ready for action. So Jonah Sutton, the catcher, is the Saint at the plate right now. Takes first pitch for ball 1. Again, runners, Saint runners, that is, at first and second. Bounces one in for ball 2. Nice stop by the catcher to keep the runners from advancing. Got a ball on the playing field. We got some bullpen action going on right now. Ball got away. Mr. Twig continued to struggle to find the strike zone. Delivers ball 3. That one found the strike zone. With a count now of 3-1. Remember, we are still here in the top of the second inning. That's a strike as well. Oh, and that's going to hit him. And that'll put another Saint batter on base. So again, the bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the second. So the first baseman, again, his second time up here this inning as well. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. Evidently, Alex can't keep his hat on. Loses his hat after every pitch. I need to get him a tighter hat. Maybe that's his thing. I don't know. Low. 4, ball 1. 1-1 now the count. Bounces that one about 3 feet in front of the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. Not much to add here. It's just sorry. That's high for ball 3. So 3-1 the count. Remember, bases are loaded. 2 outs here in the top of the second. And if things don't improve, this could be the last game for your Eagles here in the 2021 season. And that's going to be ball 4, and that will send another run across the plate. And I think that will do it for Mr. Twig. (13-0) now is the current score. And we have not even completed 1.5 innings of play yet. Very atypical for your Eagles, especially here in the last half of the season. Bases remain loaded. And Mason McHughes will make his first pitching debut of the year as he takes the mound. I think the coach now has just resolved to give some of the guys who hadn't had a chance to pitch an opportunity. I'm going to give you a break from my voice until Mason's had a chance to warm up. We'll be back in just a minute. Hopefully complete the top of the second inning here in just a minute. We're back for action here. Sorry for the quick delay there. Eli Smith, current batter for the Saints, takes first pitch for strike one. Again, Saint runner is at all infield bags. Puts one high out into center field. That's going to drop as well. That's going to be 1 run. That's going to be 2 runs. And a stand-up double for Mr. Smith.
Now batting number 14, Luke Willard.
Score now 15 for the Saints, 0 for your Eagles. And unless a miracle happens here, this game will not go 7. But I got all the confidence in our Eagles that they can come back. First pitch a little high to Mr. Willard for ball 1. Ball 2 the call. Again, Saints in command of game 2 here with a score of 15-0. And that pitch doesn't find the strike zone either. And our our Eagle pitchers have had a difficult time finding the strike zone tonight in game 2. And that's going to be ball 4. And that'll put yet another Saint runner on the base. Loading him up again.
Now batting number 2, Drew Atkins.
So Drew Atkins, the designated hitter, back up at the plate. Strike 1 the call. Drew is the 17th batter this inning for the Saints. And 2 strikes on the designated hitter. Can Mason find that 3rd strike to end this very long inning? Ball gets past the catcher, and a runner's going to score, but it actually hit the batter.
Now
Didn't see that hitting.
Josh
So he will go to first, and another run will be added to the score. And this is the 18th batter for the Saints here in the 2nd inning. And that's ball 2. Again, bases loaded here. Every walk adds another run to the already outrageous score. 16-0. There's a swing and a miss. Something to get excited about. 2-1 now. Just so atypical of your Eagles here in this season, especially here in the second half of the season. They've been playing such great baseball, coming together extremely well. And here in game 2, quarterfinals, the wheels have just fallen off here in the first 2 innings. There's 2 strikes by Mason. 2-2 now the count. Hopefully we can find a way to pull a 3rd strike here and get out of this inning and try to regroup somehow. Whoa. Tried to put the coffin in the nail there, and that just brought the count to 3-2. And the 3-2 pitch does not find the strike zone and will send yet another Saint runner across the plate.
Now batting, number 9, Mitt Arney.
Believe it or not, folks, this is the third time that Mick Arney has batted in this inning. If you can believe that. First pitch, ball 1. Two no now the count to Mr. Arney. There's a strike. 2-1 now, the count to Mr. Arney. That one's low. 3-1 now. Evidently, there are no maximum amount of runs you can have in one inning, or else we would have found that one so far. 14 amassed on the, oh my gosh. Now that hit his bat. Oh! Pitch got away, but actually hit his bat. Looks like took something out of the playbook from South Park where they were trying to hit the bat. That was wild. Thought it was actually going to hit the batter, hit the bat instead, and brings the count to 3-2. Oh, but that one hit him. No, that actually hit his handle of the bat. I thought it was going to hit him, but he turned, and just as he turned, the ball made contact with the handle of the bat to keep the count at 3-2. You know, nothing would surprise me at this point, folks. Here you go. The 3-2 pitch, it's hit back into the backstop. I don't think we've had 14 runs scored against us all year, and we've given up that many here in the top of the second inning. That one did hit him. And the bleeding continues, folks, as they pick up their 15th run of the inning.
Now batting, number 3, Michael Dallas.
And Michael Dallas steps up to the plate, bases loaded. Now leading by a score of 18-0. Pops that one up over the backstop for strike 1. Oh, the second pitch catches the inside corner, and quickly Michael Dallas falls behind 0-2. Again, bases loaded here, top of the second. Wish I had a clock on how long this inning's taken. He puts that ball high up and over the Eagle dugout. As your Eagles, unfortunately, are losing in this matchup in game 2 by a score of 18-0, and we're still in the top of the second inning. The 0-2 pitch coming. Blocked by the catcher to keep another run from scoring. Nice job by Mr. Dickey. And that'll be ball 1. So 1-2 now the count. Guess the people at the scoreboard have fallen asleep at this point. So the 1-2 pitch on its way. Fouls it back into the screen, keeping the count at 1-2. The ball's hit high into the air, it's going to be foul. The right fielder just couldn't get to it, and the count still remains at 1-2. Again, bases loaded here. Top of the second inning, if you can still believe that. 2 outs, 1-2 pitch. Oh, that hit him. And he will take his place at first with another run crossing the plate. And Adam Smith has seen enough as he will replace
Now batting number 13.
his pitcher for a third time here in the second inning. This will be the fourth Eagle pitcher as they bring on Joseph Gibson, who I know the fans were wondering, where has he been? But Joseph will come in now. Hopefully end the bleeding here in the second inning. As the Saints now lead 19-0. Again, there have not been this many runs scored against your Eagles all season long, and here it is in just the second inning, and that's taken place. Hate to see it end like this, but that's baseball, folks. It's going to be a very difficult mountain to climb here in the last however many innings we have left. I would put the camera around on the fans, but it's not the same group that you saw all revved up in the first game. A depleted group of folks back there. Just hope our Eagle players can find some kind of fire deep down inside of them to get something going one inning at a time. So as Joseph Gibson readies to fire away, the pitcher, Tyler Harrington, makes his way to the plate. Tyler represents the 21st batter here in the second inning. As he hits the ball a mile high, the second baseman coming up underneath it and makes the catch to end the second inning. Woo! As the Saints tack on 16 runs in the second inning to bring the score to 19-0, as your Eagles come to bat in the bottom of the second inning, trying to find some way to start clawing back out of this hole. And as we get ready for that, we'll give you a chance to catch your breath, maybe run grab something to eat or drink, and we'll be back in just a minute. So here we are, fans. We're back at the bottom of the second inning. That's right, the bottom of the second inning. Your Eagles now bats in hand, ready to see what they can do.
Lucas Dickey.
Lucas Dickey is going to start things off here for your Eagles, the catcher. Puts the ball and play a little chopper to the pitcher. He's going to go and tag Lucas himself for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 8, Weston.
So Weston McAlexander, the DH for your Eagles. The next Eagle batter here at the bottom of the second. First pitch, ball one to the designated hitter. Puts the next one back in the backstop, evening up things at 1-1. Again, if you're just joining us and you think that's an error on the screen for the score, it is not. I wish it was. Weston staying alive. Bringing his count now to 1-2. Just the first time up to the plate for Mr. McAlexander. And some of the Saint batters have reached the plate 4 times already this evening. That one's in the dirt for ball 2. So the 2-2 count on Mr. McAlexander. Oh, a little high for ball 3. So a full count now on the rising senior. And that one's high. And we got a base runner, folks, here in the bottom of the second inning. That's how it starts, with one base runner. And we've got him.
Now batting number 14, Mason Kaufman.
Mason Kaufman entered the game here in game 2, taking on the responsibilities out in left field. Steps up for his first plate appearance of the day. Weston over at first. Fouls the first one back for strike 1. Next pitch doesn't find the strike zone. So things are evened up now at 1-1. Again, the Eagles trying to take one step at a time to get out of the hole that they're in right now. There's a strike. Count on Mason now at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Oh my! Evidently caught the outside corner. And that'll be the 3rd strike and the 2nd out of the inning for your Eagles.
Now batting number 3, Mason McHughes.
Nope, that would be wrong. Carson Taylor is in the lineup. Takes first pitch for strike 1. Bounces the next one in for ball 1. So 1-1 count on Mr. Taylor. Puts the ball down the first baseline, foul. That'll move the count now to 1-2 on the senior. So Carson gets ready for the 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. Puts it in play, a little chopper down the third base line. Foul again. Staying alive. 1-2 the count. Again, Weston over at first as he makes his way back to the bag. Your Eagles trailing by 19. And there's the third strike, folks. That'll send your Eagles back out to the field on defense. There were no hits, no runs for your Eagles here in that inning. As we go to the top of the third, your Eagles trail by a score of 19-0. And we'll be back for more action here in just a minute. So as we start the top of the third inning, we're starting to see some new Saint players coming into the game, as we expected. One of those is number 18, Austin Yarborough, senior. He steps up to the plate, and Joseph Gibson gets ready to do battle with him. And the first pitch of the third inning. Low and outside for ball one. That'll be ball two. So 2-0 count now on Austin Yarborough. That found the strike zone. Strike one. On the roster, I think they have Austin down as a catcher. He may be coming in for Jonas Sutton. That one's going to get outside on him as well to make the count 3-1. That one, little chopper, is going to go foul. And that'll bring our count down to full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Looking out there around the infield and outfield. Luke Ellis at first, Seamus Carrasco second, Kalen Culpepper short, Cooper Bird at third. Got a new entry out in left, Joseph Digatano, Carson Taylor in center, Aiden Boland in right, and the 3-2 pitch low for ball 4, and that'll put Mr. Yarborough on first.
Now batting number 25, Jack Newman.
So, Jack Newman is now the batter, number 25. Again, a whole host of new Saints coming out in this inning. And I guess they can afford to with a 19-run lead. Left-handed batter, pinch runner in for Austin Yarborough. And the first pitch tipped for strike 1. I think the run limit is after 5. I don't know if there's a special one that's after 4, but I know if we can't pull back within at least 12 runs by the 5th inning, this will be game over. There's a strike, catching the inside corner. So 0-2 now the count to Mr. Newman. As the Saints start unloading the dugout, feeling comfortable with their 19-run lead. And there's a swing and a miss for the 3rd strike and the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 6, Eli Smith.
Eli Smith staying in the game in right field. He comes up, his 4th plate appearance. 2 walks and a base hit for the right fielder. First pitch, fouls it back for strike 1. Again, we are in the top of the 3rd inning. A very lopsided one right now. There's a strike. Just like that, 0-2 count on the Saint batter. That one didn't quite find the strike zone, and the count now moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Thank y'all for hanging with us this evening, as you have all season long. Ball hit down the 3rd base line, drifting foul. As Eli makes his way back into the batter's box with an 0-2 count. Hits the ball over the first baseman's head, out into right field. Kalen makes a nice stop to keep the ball from going back into the outfield and possibly putting another run on the board. So with the base hit, that'll move the Saint runner over to 3rd in scoring range, which is the last thing we need. I believe they said the next batter is Dylan James. Yep, that's correct, number 31. Again, as they continue to empty their dugout. Giving some of these players a chance to get some action. As the pitcher alertly charges the bunt, or the little chopper, throws the man out at first for the 2nd out. That'll move the runner from 1st to 2nd.
Now batting number 2, Drew
So the designated hitter finds his way back up to the plate.
Stay after him, bud. Stay after him.
So first pitch to the designated hitter is a ball. And the 1-0 pitch, here it comes. Hits the ball down the third baseline, foul. Even up things at 1-1. Again, we got runners at second and third. There's a swing for strike 2.
Attacking, aggressive. Come on.
Nice stop by the catcher. Count now at 2-2. As Gibby gets ready to deliver the 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. Hit to the second baseman. Makes the ball play over to the first base for the third out of the inning. One hit for the Saints in the top of the third. More importantly, no additional runs. And through 2.5 innings of play, they lead the contest by a score of 19-0. As we come back to see what the Eagles can put on the board in just a minute. We are back, ready for action here in the bottom of the third inning. Cooper Bird, your first batter for your Eagles. Senior center fielder. Puts the first ball over the Eagle dugout for strike 1.
Now batting number 21, Cooper Bird.
As Cooper looks to get something started, to put something on the board. Puts the other one back over the backstop. And quickly falls behind in an 0-2 count to Mr. Harrington. And there's the third strike, which will be the first out for your Eagles here in the bottom of the third. We're back to the top of the order. Luke's
now batting number 2.
Second appearance
Ellis.
of the game. As long as this game been, you'd thought this would be his third or fourth appearance. This is only his second time to the plate this game. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. And there's strike 2. Eagles just having a difficult time of it here in game 2. Next pitch outside for the first ball. 1-2 now the count. To the senior, Luke Ellis. Puts the ball in play. Pitcher's right there to make the play. He lobs it over to first for the second out. Again, sharply hit back to the pitcher, who makes the stop and the play at first.
Now batting number 11, Joseph Gibson.
So Joseph Gibson makes his way to the plate. Popped out to center field. His first time up. Takes the first pitch a little high there for ball one. Low and outside for ball two. Only one hit so far for your Eagles here through two. Gibby puts that one over the backstop for the first strike. 10 hits for the Briarcrest Saints. Scored 19 runs off of 10 hits. Oh, my. Nice reaction from Mr. Gibson to avoid getting hit in the head. That, my friends, would have hurt. I didn't know he had those kind of moves on him, though. And again, if once weren't enough, he went for him a second time. That's going to be ball four. And your Eagles now have a base runner with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third.
Now batting number 5, Kalen Culpepper.
So Kalen Culpepper, only his second time up to the plate this game as well. Flew out to left field his first time up. And here he is with a runner at first. Be nice for him to smack one out as well to get something going for your Eagles. That one's high. Ball one. Next pitch finds the strike zone. Puts the ball in play, base hit out into left field. And that'll move Gibby over to second. Kalen at first. And your Eagles have base runners
Now
here in the bottom of the third.
Sam Price.
So Sam Price makes his way to home plate. First time we've seen him here in action on Varsity. Takes the first pitch a little high, but strike one called by the umpire. Sam catches for the Varsity team. Here he is making his first appearance here. Exciting for him. Second pitch high for ball one. Again, I think the coaches now for the Eagles are just trying to get some guys a chance to play that maybe hadn't seen some action here. Low and outside for ball two. Foul ball. Bringing our count now to 2-2. So Sam Price now looking at a 2-1 count. Puts the ball off the handle. Foul back towards the dugout. 2-2 now the count. So again, Sam, the sophomore, stepping up to the plate here in the quarterfinals. Swings, no contact. And that's going to do it for Mr. Price and your Eagles here in the bottom of the third. No runs, no hits. And through 3 innings of play, the Saints lead the contest by a score of 19-0. Be back for 4th inning action in just a minute. We are ready for 4th inning action here on the campus of Briarcrest Christian.
12, Josh Brown.
So Josh Brown is up for the Saints here in the top of the 4th. First pitch comes into him low for ball 1. So it looks like the bulk of the starters have been removed from action. Joshua Brown in here for the Saints here in the 4th. That ball just got away from Gibby. Now the current count on Mr. Brown is 2-0. Very quiet SBA crowd. A lot of just little individual conversations taking place over here. Our boys still fighting as hard as they can. Puts the ball in play to the first baseman who makes the stop. Steps on the bag for the first out here in the top of the 4th. Looks like the shortstop, Nick Arney, is still in the game. So Mick Arney making his 5th plate appearance here in the top of the 4th. Puts the ball into play, base hit up the middle. And Mick finds himself on first yet again. He walked in the first inning.
Now batting number 3.
Successfully made it to first on a bunt in the second, walked in the second, and was hit by a pitch in the second. And here in the top of the 4th, base hit out to center field. So Michael Dallas now back up to the plate. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. So 0-1 now the count to Mr. Dallas. There's another one. So 0-2. Runner on first. 1 out here in the top of the 4th. That ball's fouled back into the backstop. And the count still remains at 0-2. Saints with a comfortable lead here, 19 runs here in the top of the 4th. Who'da thunk it? Ooh, that ball got a little high on Gibby. And that evens up things at 2-2. So what looked like was a very tight game in the first game up until about the last 2 innings. And the second game has been all Saints. So Dallas puts one deep into left field. The left fielder can't make the catch. And Mr. Dallas is in for a stand-up double.
Now batting, number 13, Tyler Harrington.
So Tyler Harrington, the pitcher, makes his way to the box. 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Again, Mr. Dickey getting a workout back there today. I think he will be looking forward to a nice soak in the tub when he gets home. Doing a great job, though, behind the plate tonight, that's for sure. 2 pitches, 2 balls to Mr. Harrington. And that's going to be low for ball 3. Three, the count now to the pitcher. Puts the ball high into the air down the first base line. Going to be unreachable by your Eagle players. And that'll introduce the first strike into the count, bringing it to 3-1. That one's put back out of play as well. So Gibby pulls back to a full count now on the Saint pitcher. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. And that one's outside for ball 4. And that will load the bases up here in the top of the 4th.
Now batting, number 40, Tyler Bryan.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. Again, they're throwing a lot of numbers at me here. Don't know who that guy is. Can't see his number. There's strike 2. Looks like number 40, Tyler Bryan. The current Saint batter with an 0-2 count. And there's the, oh, that looked good. That'll look good. He's not going to give it away, though. 1-2 now, the count. Oh, that one's high. Bringing the count now to 2-2. Again, bases loaded for the Saints here in the top of the 4th with a 19-run lead. There's the 3rd strike. So that's going to be 2 outs now on the Saints here.
25, Jack Newman.
And Jack Newman finds his way back up to the plate again. Struck out his first time up. First pitch low and inside for ball 1. Again, 2 outs now on the Saints here in the top of the 4th. Base runners at first, second, and third with a 19-run advantage. And that ball is hit out into the outfield for a base hit. That'll score 1. That'll score 2. And that'll keep runners at first and second. So if we were in Vegas, they would have blackjack. 21-0. And the first pitch.
Now batting number 22, Matthew Dallas.
Matthew Dallas, the current Saint batter, sophomore, I believe, takes the first pitch for strike one. Takes the second pitch for strike two. Again, the Eagles can't afford to give up any more runs, but it looks like they're just doing whatever they can. That ball's hit high and deep into right field. The right fielder can't get there. And that's going to add one more run to the tally. Thought for sure we would be out of the inning on that one. Just wasn't meant to be.
Now batting number 31, Dylan James.
First pitch to the new Saint batter. Again, all these new numbers can't keep up with who's who. 31 is Dylan James. There's two strikes. One more would be phenomenal to get out of the inning, them picking up another 3 runs. In one of the most lopsided contests for your Eagles in a long, long time. Wow. That one came over the head of the catcher. He's not coming. He's not coming. And the Saints at this point aren't sending anybody home. But they run it from first, did advance to second. And the pitch, first baseman Luke takes the ball, flips it over to Gibby for a close one at first. But it was given to us, outmade, and your Eagles back in the dugout. The Saints do pick up 3 additional runs there in the top of the 4th and now lead the contest by a score of 22-0. And we'll be back for the bottom half of the 4th inning in just a moment. We're back, folks. Bottom of the fourth inning. Your Eagles coming up to bat. And I'm going to try my best to keep up with who's coming in because we've got a lot of new faces up here as well. See if I can pull an old roster here before they start making their way to the plate. That'll help me out greatly. I wish I knew who this was. I can't see. It's number 10. I don't have a full roster here, so it's not going to help me. Let me see if I can find one here real quick, because I want to give them their credit and their due. Not seeing it. To do the count now to the Eagle batter. My poor eyesight can't see here in the numbers. I just don't have them on the roster. There is a ball. So 3-2 now is the count. And a swing and a miss. It's going to send the first Eagle batter back to the dugout. And that's going to bring number 6 to the plate. Throw me another curve. Again, the number's not matching up with what I've got here. I hate that for these young Eagle baseball players. Not giving them proper recognition here. That's a low called strike to even up things at 1-1. There's 2 strikes. Again, as Adam Smith is emptying his dugout as well, giving a lot of these younger players a chance to get out there and first opportunity in some varsity games. As you hear the players for St. Benedict going crazy over these young players' opportunity to get up here and take some swings here in a game that's already gotten out of hand. That's over the head, way over the head. I love Briarcrest keeping their gun still on the pitcher's mound, though. And the 2-2 pitch. Put down the first baseline, foul. I want to say that the first batter may have been Sammy Clark. I couldn't tell from here. Did look like, as far as from his build, this looks like Rich Galliata. But the numbers aren't matching up with what they have on here. And Rich is there for a 3-2 count, if that is indeed him. My apologies to any of the family members because I don't have an accurate roster here in front of me. And he swings. Doesn't make contact for the 3rd strike and the 2nd out of the inning. And so number 13, that's correct, Joseph Dicatano. Again, these last 3 batters, first time they've been up to bat in a varsity game. What a great opportunity for them. Oh, wow. That one goes all the way over the head of the catcher. Makes contact with the back wall. And back out to the pitcher for ball 1. That one's outside for ball 2. I'm sorry, there is a new Saint pitcher. Eli Whittington taking the mound. And he fires in 3 balls in a row. Eli's a senior for the Saints. There's a swing and a miss. 3-1 now Oh, geez. And he swings again. He had a 3-0 count and has swung the last 2 times. That one comes into the dirt, and he'll take his base. And John Michael McGee, who the dugout starts cheering for, hadn't been a big batter this year. Pitched in the first game, and now he finds his way at the plate right now. Swings at the first one, no contact for strike 1. Got a runner at first now for the Eagles in a 22-0 game here in the bottom of the 4th. Swing and a miss for strike 2. The man loves to swing. Be nice to see him make contact here. And he does. Fouls one back. Fouls one back. Only second at bat here this year. Fouls one back into the net again. Hanging tough with the 0-2 count. Oh, one sneaks in there for the 3rd strike. Gets called looking. And that'll do it for the inning for your Eagles. And it looks like that may be doing it for the entire game. That'll do it, folks. Looks like the final score here at Briarcrest. Briarcrest Saints 22, SBA 0. Not the outcome that we'd expected and not the outcome that we wanted, but it's the outcome that we got. And to quote Kalen Culpepper earlier in the season after a loss, Mr. McGee, that's baseball. And that is baseball. And it's been a fun season here, especially the second half of the season where we saw these young men come together and play some great baseball. I hate that their season ends in this manner with a 22-0 loss. But I got to tell you, if you ask these men across the board, they'll tell you this was probably one of the funnest seasons that they've had in playing ball together. They won some games, they lost some games, but more importantly, they came together as a group and have formed some friendships that will last a lifetime. We thank you to the fans out there listening throughout the season this year. We thank the parents for everything that they have contributed to the season as well, to the coaches, and for these players who played their heart out all year long. And thank you again for tuning in to us game after game during our live stream. We thank you for that. We thank the Taylor family again for their contribution to make the live stream being able to be presented to you today. And again, as your Eagles wrap up their season this year with a loss that we didn't expect, but the one that we got, we thank you again, and we look forward to next season, the 2022 season. But right now, let's just sit back and enjoy the off season. Thank you again for being a part of our live stream throughout the season, and we'll be talking to you soon. This is Mike McGee signing off. Later.